I'm gonna have to step away in a bit, but until then, we gotta get some stuff done. Kill. Tried to clear this one out. All right. So we still got to just get through the gold on the core components here. Yeah, we've got an 1,000.40K game tomorrow. I think I'm going to grab most of my Soulforged list. Because I also might play my buddy over the weekend at a 2K rating. Maybe. Maybe. It's one of those situations where he's usually burned out after work, so we might play. Might play, might not. I think we're going to multifacet this gold. Aztec gold being like a darker greenish tinged gold is a pretty good base set, but I do feel like we might want to like highlight elements on this with just a brighter gold. Something a little more orange in tinge. I feel like there's going to be a lot of metallic buildup for this model. Or this faction, actually. Because we're also going to want to do that with the pendulum. And then we're going to want to do it a little bit with the swords. Because the swords need to be silver. Which means we're going to do gold on the handles in a similar fashion to this. And then we're going to have to do silver in a similarly built up manner. Where we start at like a dull metallic and move up to a bright one. What's up, Diver? How goes it? I'm pretty beat. I don't know, I just feel really tired. Just a high fatigue day. Freaking gray as hell out. Hoping I'm going to have the energy tomorrow, because the person I'm playing against is new. According to them, they've only had one game. which means I'm going to have to be in teaching mode. I'm going to need my mind sharp so that I know when to ask, like, are you sure about that? Can you read the rule for me? Like that kind of stuff. Because there's always that element to new players where they assume something of their rules versus knowing something of their rules. And you got to kind of catch those moments so that they don't go forward in the belief that they're right in something when, you know, it's just going to piss someone off down the road who's like, nope, that's wrong. Why are you doing that? This is not at all how that ability works. Well, no one's corrected me yet. I'm going to just have to put the work in. I wish I knew anything about Magic the Gathering, frickin' Commander decks. I know they're all over the place. And you can build some crazy themes. But I don't have as extensive of a knowledge on the library of cards that you can use to be able to be like, oh, you've probably used this, this, and this. I know the core gists, so like mill, ramp. But outside of that, you're on your own. You kids and your Magic the Gathering. Magic the Gathering was banned from my middle school. Not for any of like the common memes that were occurring at the time of like, oh, it's Satan worship. Like the weird adult stuff where they assumed everything fun was Satan worship. It was more because kids in my school, one of the premises of playing a competitive game, like a card game or something, you needed to like have something up for loss, right? Like it was all about the gamble. That's what our high school was all about. So what ended up happening was the same with the Pokemon stuff that was coming out. It was kids basically being like, hey, if I win, I want this card from you. If you win, which card do you want from me? And then like they would win because some of their decks were just better designed and stuff, and just better into each other. Yeah, pretty much that. It's like playing for pinks in card terminology. And it was like kids who lose go home, complain to their parents. Their parents would call the school, hey, why are you letting gambling into the school? This seems really bad. You should be ashamed, blah, 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 blah. And it's just the adults at the school were just like, oh. Like, God damn it. More stuff we have to care about. And yeah, they would tell everyone, like, you can't bring magic into school. If you bring magic into school, we're going to confiscate it. So we had our underground league. The hidden places in the recess area. There's spots in the main, like, jungle gym that adults couldn't see. So we would play magic in there. It's like a secret club. I'm going to be spending a bit of time tonight trying to figure out this 1K list. I want it to be fun. I also want him to experience a lot of rules so he understands kind of like rule stackings and stuff. I got the feeling he's like, I'm new. But he's trolling Reddit looking for the perfect list, and I'm about to go up against like a meta 1K list that's going to be unbeatable if I don't actually like build a real list. I'd be like, dude, I built a fun list for you to learn. You're coming at me with this nonsense? Jesus. I remember the thing that got the Pokemon stuff was someone was like, yo, that Charizard, if I win I get it. And the kid was like, yeah, it's fine, because I'm not going to lose. And then he lost. And the guy took his Charizard and tore it in half in front of him. That was it, man. That was the day. The day we could no longer play cards in school. I can only imagine what teachers have to contend with right now. Like, this was pre-cell phones, man. Now it's like, are you playing Pokemon Go in the back over there? Like, at what point do you give up as a teacher and you're just like, is there anything cool in the area that I can, you know, take a minute to capture? You're just done. There's no way to, like, friggin' stop it anymore. I do hate this multi-layered nonsense. Why did they do this to me? I probably should have just put them together separately. Actually did some assembly painting. This is probably the one component I don't actually need to summon. It's kind of the issue with endless spells and all the different versions of them. There's like that one thing where you're just like, I don't need that. Why would I summon that? Like, I love the pendulum, I love the swords. This I could do without. This is more for a melee-centric army that just happens to involve some wizards. Behold. So yeah, we'll do some bright gold on it, but for now, we got to do gold on all of these handles. Oh, what up, Enrique? Thanks for the dono. I'm doing all right. I'm tired. I'm weird tired. Getting a game in tomorrow, hanging out with my buddy on Saturday. I gotta try to plan my AOS stuff. I really don't know how I'm gonna do the AOS rules video. Rules videos are actually a lot harder than like I initially, because I gotta be able to say everything that matters in the video. I have to organize it in a way where it's easily like seen in a grand scale. But sometimes when certain game modes like AOS come out, the way they approach letting you know how all the elements work in it is they sort of like info dump in segments. Like they do this thing where it's like, oh, we're gonna tell you how to do all attacking now. So like for anything past this point, you'll know how to do your melee, you'll know how to do your range, you'll know how to do all of it. So they kind of like segment it a little differently. So I got to figure out how to stack this. Because I'm thinking in AOS we focus on kind of the core breakdown. I think at the top we got to do like the standardized rules, like the rule of one and all that. We got to be very explicit on like this governs everything. Remember this concept. Just go from there. attention to my phone. My aunt's coming over. I gotta get her some stuff that we have stored here. Something I gotta figure out, the changeling. If I use the changeling's redeploy, is that considered a drop? Because my whole thing I'm trying to figure out, because you're supposed to do it at the end. I need to figure out the timing, because I know first activation is derived from who had less drops. And since most people in AOS have 3 drops, I feel like, there's probably gonna be a few that have 2. If I roll and I get first drop, that chances are I'm gonna ask my opponent if they're like, I also have 3 drops. I'll be like, sweet. I don't need to care. I'll be going first. The whole goal is to move my changeling into a really good position where he can summon one of the endless spells literally in the face of the person I'm playing against. Of course, that depends on fate dice, because I'd rather not, or also who my opponent is, whether they can counter it. Because I would rather not attempt to summon something point blank against an army that can be like, no. If I've got like a couple 6s in my fate dice, I can be like, all right, here we go. Try and counter me. There's so many of these. I got zoned out. Hang on. Oh wait, I know what that is. I really got to swing out to that store. Well, I will have to be right back, guys. Studio BRB. Yep, be right back. My aunt has completed her visiting. We can get back to work. We're back at it. I hope everyone's doing all right. A bit more chill, a bit more laid back today. Not really a lot of news going on. I think they showed off more about the Space Marine game, specifically the multiplayer. Nice. What up, Rax? Kind of a little annoyed that the mini of the month was a Space Marine Scout, because since we finished painting my Scout kill team, it's like, oh, I'd have to remember exactly how we painted it and with what paints, which I could probably pull off. And I do have all the Scout components that I saved, which means I'd be able to actually turn it into a worthwhile Scout, especially since the knives are now really good on that team. This guy chilling. Just out here chilling. It looks good, and they just dropped the multiplayer stuff today, I think, in a trailer. So there's new footage if you haven't seen it yet. It looks good. I'm actually kind of looking forward to it. I don't often look forward to single-player experiences, but I feel like there's at least enough elements in this game to actually be kind of interesting. And the multiplayer strikes me as something that could be fun. Depending on if it's crossplay or if you buy it on PC racks, we might be able to play while you're streaming. Could be enjoyable. Oh, PS5. I wonder if it'll have crossplay. I haven't looked that far into it. Let's get the metallic started here. Gotta do like a broadsword silver. Oh, this is no bueno. My broadsword silver isn't with the rest of the metallics. Need to keep the metallics with each other. I feel like it should almost be guaranteed that crossplay is part of games like that, because, I mean, think about it. You're paying to play the online. Meanwhile, I'm not. But, like, what benefit are you getting for paying to play that? I feel like the benefit needs to be that, like, you have a decent connection to just regular computers. So you can just play the game. Hang on. Broadsword, or Enchanted Silver, actually. Which is a slightly blue tinged silver, which I think could be good. It's just one of those things, because I feel like since this isn't a Sony first party or even a Sony specific game, I don't know if you guys are going to get crossplay, because it sounds like they want their crossplay to be like specific to the Sony network, to the point where you'd have to like log into the Sony network, which, ew. Ew. Trying to bolster your numbers. Make it seem like more people care about your online systems and services. Be gone with that nonsense. I've also devised a way to try to move my defiler back and forth in my magnetic boxes. Instead of string, I actually took armature wire. The stuff you use for clay modeling and things like that. I glued both ends to a 2-stack of magnets. It's kind of the trick with streaming and like needing to do it, right? Just for like a little consistency. If what you're doing in your day like screws you up, it just becomes an issue. at the very least with me, the bulk of it's just about needing to get projects done. So it's kind of just fine to chill and do it like this. Just Bob Ross out. Occasionally talk about like the colors I'm using, the rationale behind what I'm doing. What's going on in a day. Gotta make sure to take my Helldrake boxes with me. Gotta grab the Chaos cards, the Chaos Codex. I edit videos for a YouTube channel. So it's like a night shifty thing. Because it's a daily video, basically. Doesn't pay a ton, but it pays more than most local, just regular jobs. It gives me a lot of time to work on stuff. Yeah, there's also that. Occasional on-call graphic designer. We don't talk about the foot OnlyFans. Which is the OnlyFans where I draw the Foot Clan ninjas from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Enchanted silver is probably one of like the worst frickin' speed paint metallics, if I'm being honest. I think the base color, the base black color is just way too dark. It's just way too dark. It's very clear they used like a blue silver metal flake. So I kind of get like what their goal was, but I don't know, man. Just the sheer darkness of the base tone just makes it not work properly. But I kind of like it here because I do plan on sort of going over it and dry brushing it silver. So it works as an okay base. It's like a little weird, which is all I want. It's the only way I can afford the turtle soup poke. We also got to paint the shifter onto the actual yellows and whatnot. I completely forgot to apply it in the airbrush state before I added the gold. I don't really want to apply it now. Boom. There's an art store near me that sells a small pack of brushes. Actually, I have it. Yeah. Disposable hobby brushes. It's like $5. They last a decent amount of time for their cost. If you clean them, they'll last, you know, a bit longer, which is cool. But me personally, I'm like, I could spend a metric ton of money on like some solid as hell brushes. And then if I ever get like really rushed in a day to try to complete some stuff, and then I forget to clean them, they could just be ruined. It would take forever to like clean them back to a good working quality. So I was always trying to find like a cheap, just get it whenever you feel like it kind of brush. And I went to the local art store and they just had these just sitting on a shelf somewhere. And I was like, oh, all right, we'll try them out for how cheap they are. And I like them because they give you like a handful of long thin, which really good for doing some pinstripe type stuff. Really good as a liner brush. It's just good in general. And then they give you like the smaller brushes that are better for like layer painting, dry brushy stuff. This is good. So I found my cheap and cheerful brush that actually kind of works. So what you were witnessing is a person not using like high-end, the Rolls Royce of brushwork type situations. I'm just use like a brush, just in general. Some of the brushes I'm using right now are actually kind of ruined. But, like, a ruined brush makes for a great dry brush, right? Like, it just kind of, it pans out. Like, you get a feel for it, and then as the brush changes over time, you kind of find things to do with it. Which is kind of cool. And yeah, they're disposable. When I read disposable, I assumed I'd use them like once or twice, and then it would be over, right? Because that's kind of the theory in your head. Like, it's like, oh, that's what disposable means. I'm gonna get 1 or 2 uses out of them, and it's over. No, I've used them for... I've used one set for months with mild cleaning. No, yeah, you'll be able to, as long as you care for them, they're fine. As long as they feel good, they're good. It's just, I'm assuming that my, like, ADHD nature of, like, all right, I'm done my projects for the day, I'm shutting the stream down, blah, 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 and then I'm out the door. Like, I gotta go do something. I got an appointment, or I gotta be somewhere to grab some food or something. Like, it's something. I'm going to forget to clean my brushes. And if that happens too often, the paint's gonna get up into like the little connector and it's gonna cause issues. It's a whole thing. I feel better about screwing up and forgetting these brushes than I would like a serious set. I mean, this is nothing. These are just whatever. I'm still using ones from the second container that I purchased, basically. And I have a third one just sitting in my supply shelf for whenever this no longer works. And I'm just like, oh, I gotta swap my brushes again. Boom. Brushes swapped. Everything is fine. What up, Arturo? Painting's going alright. We're getting all the detail work done for the Chrono Endless spells. We're applying the shifter paint that I forgot to apply after airbrushing. Just doing it manually. I kind of like the idea that the stuff I utilize isn't like the cutting edge of what you would want to use, right? Like, I sort of enjoy it a little bit. Because I know what people would point to as like, oh, this is what you need. This is top tier. You need your Iwata brush and, you know, all that. It's like, all right, cool. Meanwhile, I'm out here using like a dime a dozen airbrush, achieving wonderful things. And I kind of love that. Now, granted, I've used an Iwata brush. My buddy has one. And it does feel really good. I have also looked into different airbrushes. So, like, Iwata is cool, but there's also some very unique airbrushes that are on the market. Like, there's people who have put out airbrushes where the whole premise of it is, like, you don't need to change certain elements of it. Like, it's just, like, you can swap the needle, but then everything else is completely fine because it's engineered to not need you to, like, change out the airbrush tip to match the needle to get the right, like, size of airbrush spray. So there's cool stuff like that. There's really smooth ones too. Like, I'm eyeballing the Badger airbrush because I do really like that. The company that is behind that, like Stynylrez and Badger, those are people who love miniatures. So their whole thing is trying to produce products that are like as good of quality as you can get for good pricing to be able to create your miniatures the way you want. Like, I use Stynylrez Primer. Stynylrez Primer is pretty cheap. It's also like the second best on the market, I think. It's either second or first. And it's pretty cheap. You just need to apply it with an airbrush, that's all. All right, shifter paint applied. We're gonna do a different gold. We're gonna do bright gold, I think, if I can find it. We're gonna dry brush some bright gold. Although I think I have a second type of gold. It was bright gold and then greedy gold. I think bright gold's probably the better option. But we're gonna dry brush some bright gold onto some certain components here, as well as layer paint onto some certain components. But let me go get some water first, because I am thirsty. I have a mighty thirst. And since this is a standard color, gonna bust out the wet palette. Aim here is to take the bright gold, sort of whisk it over top. Brightening up the outer edge. We'll still want to do some tonal variation, but we'll do that in a second. Because I don't want these things to be super boring. It's kind of the goal. So if we can hit certain elements of them with just slightly alterated tone, that'd be great. Little dry brush. Definitely applied too much gold to this palette. let's try to get that silver going. Do silver, and then we'll do some gold toning with some flesh tone function. Specifically, I want silver. I want to just go right to it. We're not going to work up. Did I pull silver out here? No, that's gunmetal. Oh, there it is, shining silver. Kind of problematic. This is the brightest silver I have, unless maybe my Vallejo box should have platinum. Platinum might be the play here. Once we get this baseline silver kind of like smudged on. Wait, what? What? Hang on. I looked at that statement for like a split second. And then I looked back, and now my brain's trying to calculate what I just witnessed. I think I have Chrome. Actually, I have Chrome pens. I could Chrome pen this. Do you think they'll ever add the Eldar faction that has dinosaurs in the kill team? What? Is that even in the regular game? What are we talking about? I feel like what you're asking for is very close to the Drakari Beastmaster stuff, which means I don't think they would ever like add that in at all, because we'll probably get a Drakari Beastmaster kill team before we get that. Because that sounds a bit out there. I don't think they'd ever really want those models to possibly become a thing. Just because it's like too much more to purchase. Be kind of funny though, right? Like, if it turns out like the Seraphon models could be usable at some point for Aeldari, it'd just be like the weirdest thing ever. But it would mean that AOS players who play Seraphon can be like, yo, let me get my Aeldari together. We're going to get my Chrome pen out. I'm going to let that dry, though, and then we'll see what we can do with the Chrome pen. I've got Dark Oath Flesh currently out. We're going to work a little bit with that. Back into these models to try to tone the gold differently. Like if we keep it in this recess. Dude, flesh tone and gold work so well together. Nah, that feels like one of the lore-specific things that only really exists, so that what you can do is you can spend way more money than you would ever want to spend to purchase a bunch of Seraphon boxes, and then figure out if you can position Aeldari to sit on the back of the Seraphon dinosaur mounts, and then you would run them as like different things. Like, you would be like, all right, these are jet bikes. Then you'd have like a big singular dinosaur and be like, this is a war walker. Like, that's what that feels like. for the psychopaths with way too much cash who want to flex on nerds with an army that actually comes from lore, but doesn't really exist in purchase, like as a straight up thing. Now, granted, if one of those psychopaths wants to toss me a boatload of cash to put something like that together and paint it for them, I'm down. Just a little bit of different toning. Try to make it sort of stand out. Let me go grab my chrome pen. I think we're gonna have some fun here. is. Normally use it to sign things. Oh, that's so bright. I don't know if it's applying evenly though. Let me actually check the Vallejo box. The Vallejo box should have metallic chrome. It should. I think I used it once before. Steel airbrush thinner. Completely forgot that I had that. There's the gunmetal, some brass, silver, aluminum, chrome. Now this is normally for airbrush. I don't see why this wouldn't work. Honestly, at this point, I would just jump on the frickin' jump on the sort of hand grenade, I guess, and actually give everyone like a decent Tyranid team. So that's the trick, right? So the bottom one is the pen, which does feel more like a metallic chrome. This one is just an extremely bright and flat silver, which is pretty good, actually. Oh yeah, anything airbrush specific always works with a regular brush as well. It's just, usually it's pre-applied with thinner, so you gotta be at least a little bit knowledgeable of how to apply the paint so it doesn't just like slide around and do dumb stuff. That flattened it a lot though, I like it. I might hit it with a shader at the end. We might hit it with like a Druchii shader or something, just to give it like a little tinge of a color. No, yeah, this would work well as a highlight. pretty sure this was my maximum zenithal for my buddy's Grey Knights that I made. I did like 90 degree zenithal of chrome over top of an all-over gunmetal. That way it was like a little bit darker at the bottom, and then I applied the shifter over that, so like certain angles you would see like blue or purple. What the hell? My mic. I was so perturbed by Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. I disconnected my mic from my shirt. All right, there we go. Ooh. Ooh, the shine, the shimmer. Look at that. And it's so flat, too. Ooh. Yeah, we'll probably apply like a Druchii or something to it. What time is it? 1? We can do the primal stuff because primal is going to be almost exclusively airbrush. And then we could start work on the arcane. But before then, let's see if I can find Druchii purple. Druchii violet, here we are. Slightly go over the whole thing with Druchii violet. Try to tinge the whole thing slightly purple. But yeah, if I was doing the next kill team, it would have to be Tyranid of some kind. I like the idea me and my buddy came up with, where Tyranids start like okay in stats. It's after they get an incapacitation that they start getting a little dangerous. Like landing a kill lets them apply like a bonus to the unit that did it. I think I might actually apply Druchii to the bulk of everything. Druchii and gold looks so good together, man. Just to pop things a little bit more into the purple direction. But yeah, that would be the idea. It'd be like some kind of squad that takes advantage of maybe a little bit of adaptability. The problem is that you have to kind of assume Games Workshop is kind of wants the things that you make in Kill Team to just be like a full squad that could be sellable in 40k. Because crossover sales, that's how things survive. If nobody wants it for Kill Team, but people want it for 40k, hooray. There you go. That's how you keep that around. So it would end up having to be like a leader unit type. Maybe. And then just like pick a type of Tyranid kind of situation. Like, would it be a Gene Stealer squad? That's probably the best option. I still think an entire squad of Von Ryan's Leapers and like a Lictor would be really cool. Be a solid combination. Because it's a stealth team. I feel like it would be a horde team. You'd have one really good unit and then a bunch of little units that are meant to perform tasks and potentially capitalize on each other. Like, one goes in, dies, but puts a couple wounds on a target. Now you have to get another one to it, and next thing you know, you've got yourself a Von Ryan's Leaper that moves like an extra 2 inches. And it's like, oh, that's crazy. Or maybe it's like +1 to its melee attacks. Or mortals on charge. It would be kind of similar to the ramp function of the Chaos Cults, but you'd be looking more into the concept of maybe like a little more control and just a little bit more specific. It's not like the units becoming like +3 wounds, faster moving, ceaseless. Like, it's not gaining all of that. It's like it stacks a little bit every time it starts killing. And maybe you can kind of focus on making one unit really good or making a bunch of units like decent. But the big thing will be the horde numbers. Because even though they're not, like, super durable, they're still capable of doing things. I mean, the orcs still do a lot. Orcs are still an incredible team that's able to pull off a lot of things because they have horde numbers. It's why they're such a good team. And you can kind of do the same thing with the Tyranid. Like, they don't have to be the best at melee. They don't have to be the best at ranged. They can just have numbers. And anyone who knows what they're doing is going to be able to do well with the team. Especially if it's like a hyper stealth team. Which I imagine they would make the Von Ryan Sleepers with Lictor Leader. Just super stealthy. I'd almost accept, honestly, I'd almost accept Warriors and Gaunts. My one buddy loves playing Warriors and Gaunts. He loves the Gaunts for the sheer number of them, which gives you access to just doing mechanics. And then he loves Warriors because, I mean, you've got those elite units on the field that have, like, really cool versatility in how they build. I could see that being a thing. But they either need to make it so that the Warriors are 3 APL. That way you have like three APL Warriors. And then a bunch of 2 APL Gaunts. Who are kind of like sacrificial lambs, try to pull people out. So that the Warriors can have their fun. Well, that's the thing, with the Warriors, it would be Synapse based, I feel like. They shouldn't really care about that with the Lictor as much, but Warriors Gaunts, make the Gaunts fight like friggin' monsters if the Warriors are nearby. Like, make it a 6-inch aura, or maybe like an 8-inch aura or something. But make it like really good. Like +1 to ballistic skill, weapon skill. Maybe they get ceaseless or something. Just something to make Gaunts ridiculous for having a warrior nearby. People be out here mowing the yard, man. Oh. Gotta make sure I have everything for my my Soul Forged. Definitely need to grab the box with the Helldrake in it, just in case my buddy wants to play a 2K on Saturday. Gotta make sure to get all of my Hellbrutes, all of these Rhinos that I've got now. Gotta grab all of my Cultists. Very much almost done with the chrono though. Trying to figure out what we're doing with Primal. I think I might start with Chartreuse because I think the Flaming Skull, we're gonna do a Chartreuse core on it. But then I think overall, I want to do them probably as like a yellow, orange to magenta. I think that could work really well. Yeah, Primal is going to be like one application and then we're just done. That's why I kind of like the Primal ones. There's really no elements built into them that would require too much like extra crap. Here. Let's get the base bordering done here. It could. Oh, okay. Sell is a whole other story. Like, again, I feel like most of the people who purchase a game that it says Warhammer on the case, like on the cover, they're looking for like the big Warfront stuff, Space Marine stuff. It takes a good bit of effort to try to get people interested in like extended universe stuff. I think it could work because I think depending on how well you put it together, playing from the perspective of, let's say, what would you be in that universe? Like, how close to this, because the whole thing about Stalker is you're illegally in an area to try to get your hands on things that you can sell to people who want like powerful artifacts and whatnot. It's just, you know, it's a money making opportunity for you. It's kind of the gist. There's usually a little bit of story in there, like, oh, the person I came here with betrayed me, blah blah blah, I'm trying to find them. For the most part, it's just you're in an area, you're getting crazy weird things and trying to sell it to people. So from that perspective, would we be playing as like a smuggler? Would it be like randomly generated areas? You kind of go to a planet with your ship and maybe like a small crew to try to recover stuff to sell to people. I feel like a rogue trader would be a little too tied down. I think it might be kind of interesting to just play like a general person. Just a general person. You know, you got to actually deal with the law. That was probably the one thing about Rogue Trader that was a little like, all right, I see why they did this, but at the same time, I was kind of hoping for something different. Because technically in Rogue Trader, you are the law. So, siding with Xenos, you can do that. People will think you're a dick for it, but you can do it. Whereas if you're just like a regular old person, siding with a Xenos could be like massively detrimental to you. Maybe there could be a path in the game where you come across a rogue trader and you try to like join them. But for the most part, maybe just being a dude. I think it could be cool, especially with depending on how much they make you run into as you travel around the universe. Explore big cities, go to like kind of uninhabited planets. Maybe with like ruins on them from other Xenos races. Accidentally stumble into like a Tyranid hive or something. Come across a Tau. It's like scouting party. What would be cool is if like it was a choices matter, like extreme situation. That's always kind of something I've been hoping for, but I also understand that game design, it's almost impossible, right? Like, could you imagine coming across a Tau scout party and then they do their whole thing where they're like, join us. And then you're like, sure. And then like, maybe stuff you do with them eventually leads to like part of the star system joining the Tau Empire. And now the Tau Empire is just in your area, like messing with stuff, doing things. Maybe it lures the Space Marines in to try to be like, no, we need this area. It is tactically important that we hold this. Now you're friggin' fighting alongside the Tau to bring down Space Marines. While simultaneously dealing with the Tau being like, no, you're not allowed to fight with us. Go clean the toilets like we told you to. You know, just wilding out. Chrono magic. No, yeah, and just like things start getting weird in areas, you start noticing that physics doesn't work the same way as you would imagine it should. All right, now that this is dried, check this out. This is what I decided to do to hold my defiler down. We took armature wire. We glued little magnet sandwiches on each end so I can put it on the metal, and it'll hopefully go over a section of it to hold it down. Let me pull these aside. Ones we're going to work on. Boom. Ridiculousness. So we're going to start chartreuse because I want this skull to have a little bit of the chartreuse element to it. I think we might also do a little bit of green because this is like a healing thing. And I feel like if we start it green like at the top, it'll feel like it. But for the most part, it's going to end up being yellow, orange, and magenta. So we need the magenta. And I need yellow orange specifically. There's a fluorescent orange and then there's a fluorescent yellow orange. There we are. And then let's pick shifter. I think we go bright gold brown for the overall shifter. That could be good. All right, let's get the airbrush together. Cork on. Get some cleaner on this needle. Get the gasket cleaned up. Tip and nozzle cleaned. Airbrush on. Start with a little bit of the yellow. Don't need a lot. The goal is to kind of make the skull pretty bright and yellow. Yeah, and then like you can meet people and try to like establish your own personal connections that might backfire on you later. I think it could be cool. Like you just end up getting backstabbed by whatever Aldari group you maybe helped out because you were like, oh, this is super useful. Or maybe you helped them out in such a way where at the end game they actually go like, all right, we need to actually help this person. Like you gotta thread that needle to make them think helping out a Monkai is a worthwhile endeavor for them. What if that was it, though? Like, what if, I mean, okay, so we got to think about it. Let me go over here. We got to think about it from a developer standpoint. You don't want to make too much. I think it would be cool to have, like, a big multiple open world situation. It generates places you go to so that you can have, like, a bunch of different experiences. Maybe you run into, like, random people. But maybe you want it to be more, like, straightforward. More like this is who you're dealing with and why kind of situation. What if it's just in a giant Space Hulk? I mean, that's the perfect setting. It really is the perfect setting because Space Hulks are just a ton of ships that are connected with each other. Not just human ships too, I think. Like you can have like a ton of different options. And maybe you're just a person who works with a crew to go into Space Hulks and try to recover cool things. Let's start with the yellow-orange. Yeah, maybe an abandoned hive city. It'll still give you some randomization, but it hones in on like the amount of effort you actually need to put in as a development company. We're going to apply the green last on this, I think. Oh. Because the goal here is still to try to make the models feel like they're all part of the same grouping by having like a core color choice on them. So orange magenta has to be present across any of these primal ones. No, not to a caster. I just want their groupings to feel the same. Or similar, rather. Try to directionally do some of the orange. That way when I start applying the magenta, we can kind of do some cracks and crevices stuff with the magenta. Guys all dry for a little bit. And then we got to think of a color for my arcane. I'm trying to figure it out. I think I was debating blue-pink as like the general arcane color. Could be kind of cool. But yeah, I'd play a game like that. Dude, imagine an extraction shooter. I guess I wouldn't really put Darktide as like an extraction shooter. Because Stalker is kind of close to an extraction shooter in concept, but its RPG elements make it more of just like a long-term thing. I feel like you could easily... Okay, so one of the core issues with the game, with games in the 40K universe, is what do you want to play? Like as a faction, as a person. There's always these situations where like a game company starts out thinking like, oh dude, there's so much we could do with all of this. And the next thing you know, you've got like a Battlefield style game where you can pick Orcs, Eldari, Chaos, or regular Space Marines, and you're like, oh, this is so cool, this is the best thing ever. But then everyone and their mom goes, I only want to play Space Marines. So no one really fights each other. And matchmaking takes forever. But could you imagine an extraction shooter where it's not just about like getting in, getting out, and getting components. It's also about you being like, I want to play an orc in this extraction shooter. I think it would be really cool. It's like the one way you can make it so that you could have almost every race involved. Like in the entire 40K universe, you could probably just go full on, have all the races. And I could be like, you know what, you can maybe like roll a few characters in the shooter. And I'd be like, all right, let me play my Tau today. And I'd have like a really cool Tau fire with a worked up fusion blaster from some of the things I've been gathering. Like I could be that guy. Maybe there's a bonus upgrade for him where you could field a drone that follows him around and like scans for things and helps out a bit. And then like you come across a person who's like, I'm playing Chaos Space Marine, and the whole point of them in the extraction shooter, because you could have different missions per action. The whole point of them would be like to apply chaotic elements to the area and maybe recover some relics or something. And you just come across a Chaos Space Marine, and yeah, he's super durable, but he's also like slow. Like there's like ways to balance it where I could choose to not fight the Chaos Space Marine and I could get away. Like no problem as a Tau or as an Eldari or something. And then it also, because it would be the extraction shooter mentality, you'd have that like concept to it of being able to talk to each other, like, or at least semi-communicate with each other some way, so that like a Tau and Eldari could be like, hey, let's not kill each other here. I got stuff, you got stuff, we good? And then just like to back out and leave. Alright, let's do the magenta. I think that could be cool. It'd be impossible to balance, but it would be cool. The amount of people playing Space Marines and Chaos Space Marines in that game who will get mad every single time an Eldari shows up, shoots them a bunch, and then leaves without getting hit. They're just gonna be so mad. And it's like, yeah, that's how that works. Well, they'd all have their elements. Could you imagine, like, an Orc Luda? Like just a badass orc. Like wandering around. And maybe there's maybe the NPCs in the zone end up being like Tyranid or something. So the conceptual scav runs you could do would just be you playing like a gene stealer looking for biomass or something. Just like hiding in a room waiting for a person to come by. It could be a GSC or like you could run as a GSC as like a simple scav, but then as you do more scav runs and level up, eventually you become like a pure strain gene stealer. And you could actually wreck people in melee if they let you get close enough. You could like cling to ceilings and stuff and just like hang out in buildings. Someone's not paying attention, you just drop down on them and mess them up. The only balance to it is that your gene stealer like randomly makes noises. It'll just be like and so someone's in a room looting and they just hear and you're like, oh fuck. Like, you just kind of like look up over your shoulder at the ceiling and as you're just sitting on the ceiling staring at them. Burning Skull. Ah. Oof. Oof. Yeah, maybe it's just in a hive city. Like an abandoned hive city. I'd play the hell out of that game. Honestly, now that I'm sitting here thinking about it, that would be like the game I play. I'd probably have to roll a second YouTube channel or convert one of my other YouTube channels to a gaming channel specific. And it'd be like, hey, we talk about tabletop. And then over on this channel, if you guys want to watch me play the hell out of this extraction shooter. Oh, dude, Alien vs. Predator was incredible. Oh, dude, this is so beautiful. Holy crap. I know I said I kind of want to use Primal at some point, but for the most part, I'm probably going to use the that death stuff that has the giant ball and everything, because it's really good. But, like, I would use Primal just for this. Like, holy crap, this looks so cool. You guys are probably a little blinded by it in the camera, if I'm being honest. I don't think I played that version. The Alien vs. Predator I played was on PC. And I remember that being really good. Like the old one. Not the newer one. I remember having to have a button set aside where you have to like change and cycle between the 10 different frickin' Predator visions. Oh my god, this looks so good. Dude, this looks so stupidly good. Just need to make sure we got all the components I need. Yeah, the clone. Oh, yeah, the because you pick the race you wanted to play, right? Through like a story mode almost. The Predator one was pretty cool because of how the Predator like suit sounds are, where it's like switching between visions. It's like wow, it does that like super loud sound. It's just super weird. It made me really sad that that 4-player co-op Alien game was like so mediocre. It could have been the champion. All right, let's do the green for the healing one. Yeah. It could have been so good, man. It had a lot of the sound work down to like exactly how it would sound in the movies. But then it just became like, hide behind wall. Shoot specific things that are shooty based and not, you know, aliens. It's like, okay. All right. God, this is so bright for you guys. I might have to cut down the F. Or the, there we go. It's a little bit better. I found out, dude, there's a ton of good movies coming out this month. We got Romulus, right? Alien Romulus. I actually want to check that out. I think that could be really cool. It's like 4 movies, I think, coming out this month where I'm like, I want to see these. That hasn't happened in a while. All right. Next up, Shifter Stage. Dude, GTFO was great. I don't think GTFO would sell well though. GTFO, I love the premise. I love the core concept. I love that it's like, hey, it's difficult, get over it kind of situation. I didn't like what happened with the community, with like a lot of the biggest content creators in GTFO basically being like, hey, this is how you play the game, and it's just hopping around with your hammers. Because I got into so many games when I was playing just random pub where people were like, this is how you play the game, guys, and they're just jumping around with hammers, but they don't like know what to really do in that situation, and then they just pull like tons of enemies, and it wakes everyone up, and we're all taking damage, and they're like, oh, you should just be doing this. It's like, all right, I don't think I'm gonna watch the Deadpool one. I watched 1 and 2. I liked what they were. The third one just feels like fan service that's non-stop, and I don't really care about that. I think I need to mix this. I feel like there's no shifter in what I just sprayed into here. Well, what is it? Yeah, there we go. Here's a little trick for everyone. And that's how you mix stuff in the airbrush pot. It might be fun though. I've heard mixed things, people being like, it's not really a good movie, and then people being like, it's fun because it's mindless. So like, you might like it. I don't know. Just go see it. Movies coming soon. There's a few where I'm like, I need to see this. Oh, frickin' Cuckoo? Have you guys seen the trailer for Cuckoo? I want to see that movie. I don't think it's going to be at my local theater. It's probably going to be at a theater further away. I want to see Cuckoo. What else do we got? Aliens Romulus, definitely. There's something else. Kaku is, dude, it's very hard to describe. You kind of need to just see a trailer for it. There's a legend, supposedly. I think it's following kind of in that footsteps. The legend of the Cuckoo, which is this woman who like goes around, but is like a supernatural thing that kills people, or like captures them or something. And if you see her, like you might be like next. It's kind of like a horror, like that kind of situation. But the trick with it is this woman sees her and lives. And now there's this like person who's like trying to capture, like they view these creatures as like almost endangered species. So they're trying to like preserve them. It's like a really weird concept that's just like awkward that I kind of want to see. I need to go through the list. Oh, The Crow. I'm actually going to watch The Crow. I think it's going to be dumb, but I'm going to watch it. I remember the old one, but I kind of want to see Skarsgård as The Crow. Alright. Let's get the shifter on here. Shifter applied. Alright, this song needs to stop. This is a 9-minute song, and it's just the same beat over and over and over again. I don't care about Borderlands. The cast of Borderlands for me at this point is the go-to cast for movies that are just being put together for like making money, and that's it. Just getting a paycheck. It always feels like when I watch movies with that kind of a cast in it that it's like they're phoning it in just to, you know, make some money. Which, like, sure. Like, have you... It's actually kind of a funny concept to me. Adam Sandler kind of talked about this, or at least someone from an Adam Sandler movie kind of talked about this. So all those Adam Sandler movies that come out where it's like a bunch of friends at a destination wedding in Hawaii, and like you're gonna experience some comedy for a few hours because they're all comedians kind of deal. Those movies are actually made so that basically the film company making it is just going to pay for them to have like a month-long vacation in Hawaii. Like, that's the whole thing. It's just people who want to go have a month-long vacation in Hawaii and don't want to pay for it. So they bring like a couple writers out, or maybe no writers if they think they can do it themselves. They bring like a couple crew members out, fully paid for, which is awesome. And then they just hang out for like a whole month, and they occasionally get footage of what they are going to put together later as a full story. Completely on the dime of a movie company. That's all. That's what they do. So, like, if you look at a lot of the Adam Sandler movies that have come out that look kind of like that, that's the whole reason. They're always in, like, a really nice place. Like, the mountains. Or something. Like, a really beautiful mountain resort situation. Or Hawaii. Or, like, or Italy or something. Like, they just go somewhere that's really nice. And that's the whole reason they do it. Alright, I'm going to do the basing material in a minute. I think we actually, because the airbrush is on and everything, we're just going to set all this stuff aside. And we're going to pick the colors for the arcane stuff, so we can at least get everything airbrushed the way it needs to be airbrushed. No, yeah, I hella dude, the moment I heard that, I was like, yeah. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, do that. That's brilliant. Then they release, because all they do at the end of it is they release a star-filled movie that gets people to go to the theaters for like a quick, stupid popcorn flick that they just enjoy. And there you go. You had fun. All right, so what arcane colors do we want to do? What's going to be the arcane color choice? Because I'm still kind of swirling around in my brain. I'm leaning towards blue as one of the elements. The thing is, the death ones are blue and purple. So in this instance, maybe blue and chartreuse to keep it really bright. Because time is blue and or chartreuse and pink. Death for me is blue and purple with some chartreuse. But this would be like raw chartreuse for the most part, and then like blue on the outer edges maybe? I think that could work. I think we do that. So we core it with chartreuse. We'll start with chartreuse. So you get something like this wall, which is one of the heaviest things that exists in this whole setup. And we'll do the top in chartreuse. All right, Pope. No. Boom. These we're actually going to need to layer. So Arcane has a lot of multi-part endless spells. I know everyone points to the death grouping as like the best one, but I still feel like I could pull some fun stuff off with this. Because like Arcane Mirror is the better, more reliable version of Tzeentch's book. Because Tzeentch's book is just straight up like, hey, do you want to mortal wounds your wizards? Because I can mortal wounds your wizards for you. It's like, okay, cool. Meanwhile, if I'm not mistaken, the mirrors are just like, yo, +1 to your casting rolls, and you can use the other mirror that's not near you as the source of your cast. Which means, if I'm not mistaken, the way this could work is I could have my Lord of Change down, I put the mirror down next to him, and I put this one 18 inches away from him. Which now means my spell casts are technically 36 inches, because most spell casts in the game are 18. And I can instead cast it through the mirror at a bonus. Which, why not? They sort of are, but they, in this newer iteration of the rules, they do have health values. They can be banished, and they can also be killed via attacks. I actually might chrome that. We have the chrome airbrush color. What we'll do is we'll do the blue, we'll do the shifter, and then we'll actually do the chrome, I think. So they do represent things. It's just, rather than being what they used to be, which was sort of like untouchable creations that just kind of roamed around and performed effects, they actually have, you know, a bigger value to like how they interact with you. Like this actually gets put down and it can block off you from going through a certain path. And you can kill it. I think it has a good bit of health, which means you're going to be wasting a lot of your attacks on trying to kill a wall that can come back. That's kind of the big thing about these. These come back. You kill my mirror, I can bring it back the next round. I believe only one endless spell can be tied to a caster at any point in time. You can kill the caster. If you kill the caster, the spell that they have in place vanishes as well. There's a lot of ways to get rid of these. And the problem is you need the specific base sizes. Like, you need these specific models to represent the endless spells. You really can't easily sub in another model for it, because a lot of these base sizes are very weird. And they really do not print these models that often. which is why I was super fortunate to get my hands on these. Getting a phone call. We can go over that. Okay. So this wall that I've just, painted up over here, it has 8 health. You can banish it at a value of 7. It has a 4+ save, ward save of 6. It has no movement. So endless spells that don't have movement actually have specific rules about them. But beyond that, passively, something called Blinding Light. This manifestation cannot be targeted by shooting attacks. In addition, a unit cannot be targeted by shooting attack if it is impossible to draw a straight line from a model in the attacking unit to a model to the target unit with it passing this manifestation. So this wall right here, if you don't have a lot of ranged in your army, you can just put them down over here. And then this is it. You can't target the wall with shooting, which means you can't kill it with shooting. But then you can't target anything past it with shooting either. So it's really cool. Like, you can do fun stuff with it. The mirrors have no movement as well. 8 health, ward save of 6, save of 5. 2 parts, you place them down within a certain range of each other. Pick a friendly wizard within 3 inches of this manifestation to be the target. The next time the target uses a non-summon spell ability this phase, add 1 to the casting value of that spell. When picking targets for that spell, you can measure range and visibility from either part of this manifestation instead of from the caster. Which again, I could throw 1 mirror really far out and then have a caster just casting spells really far, just artillerying people down. And then those 2 little lightning balls, the Geminids. They have to stay within a certain range of each other, to my understanding. They have to be within 9 inches of each other. 8-inch move, they fly. They have a ward of 6, 8 health, save of 6. Not durable. They banishment of 6, so they can go away pretty quickly. Enemy units cannot use commands while they are within 3 inches of either part of this manifestation. And it has an attack line of 4 attacks, hitting on 3s, wounding on 3s, which in AOS is really good. 1 rend, D3 damage. That's actually a good bit of damage. And like I said, if my opponent goes, I gotta kill that, I can resummon it. So if you're gonna spend the time trying to banish or kill it, I can always resummon. No, yeah, that's AOS. AOS is shenanigans. AOS is hard shenanigans all the time. That's the whole premise of the game mode, is like, what kind of shenanigans can you do? How is your opponent going to deal with them? And then how much, and like, how do you keep doing shenanigans, right? Like, there's just so many layers to like dicking around in AOS that I like. I've grown to like it. At first I thought I wasn't really going to be that interested in AOS, but there's like a level of fun to it that's uncommon. So yeah, mirrors. It's like the whole game. It's just like, what weird stuff can you do? How often can you do it? Yeah, you gotta find the group. It's really what it comes down to. You gotta find the group. I saw a video the other day of someone on YouTube talking about how terrain works for this new mode. He was super excited because prior modes were kind of shit for like how they explain the terrain workings. Like, terrain was just pointless. Everything we found out when we were learning how to play the last iteration of AOS for an event was that, like, terrain and cover wasn't really a thing. There we go. And now they, like, changed it. And people are like, very specific people who've been waiting for this kind of a change are super excited. Which is great. You don't want to add to your pile of shame? Why not? It's so good to add to piles of shame. I do it all the time. Alright, now I gotta figure out what shifter we want. I also have a pearlescent we can use. Yeah, no, the game's, I think, going to a good state. As it always happens, the changes are gonna piss people off who were super used to owning noobs in the old mode. But for a lot of people thinking competitively about, like, how to run events and stuff like that, I think it's going to do well. Green and blue violet. Maybe this. And we're done the airbrushing. It's a beautiful shimmer. Are you playing Horus Heresy? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you using them for something else? Because when you're out here talking about Mark III, where you're like, oh, we got these special armors, my brain is just like, oof. Oof, duh. We got a pretty big crowd local that plays Horus Heresy. They just started their narrative campaign. They're trying to go a little all out with it, too. One of them found a program that creates, like, world maps. So he created like a Hive City area and like some neighboring little cities, and he just generated this big world map. And he's like, this is where we're fighting. So now he's been writing up components. Getting the lore out there. Alright, we're gonna try to airbrush the chrome. Not bad. I don't know. He just posted it. I just saw one too recently. Steam just dropped a system for editing, putting together an edited like zone for tabletop games and stuff. All right, we gotta chrome this. I'm gonna try to hit it from one angle. There we go. Ooh. Ooh. The sickest of applications of Chrome. Haha, airbrush Chrome. So good. Let me actually... There we go. Kicked it up a little bit. We did it from one angle, so there's a little bit of yellow when you flip it downward. All right. And with this, our airbrushing journey is basically done. Time is it? 2:37? We can do a little bit. I can try to get the basing pastes down. That'll be good. Might even be able to do some of the component work for these. Because the mirrors are going to be gold. We're going to do them in a similar way to like the Chrono stuff. I don't know if I'm going to use Aztec gold like I did with the Chrono stuff. We might use like a different gold, like a loot gold or something. Something that maybe is a little bit closer to an orange than a green. All right. Time to break down the airbrush real quick. Loud noise in 3, 2. Decork it. Pull the pin. And perfect. We're good to go. Pull in the other guys and get this out of here. Turn down the brightness for you guys. Because, dear God. How about that? Catch me outside. How about that? Oh, they removed them? Probably because they're getting a new one. Because that's supposed to be what the show is going to be, is Eisenhorn. Like the first big, like, live action show. It's supposed to be Eisenhorn. Supposedly. There's a lot of stuff in the air right now that's, I don't know. It's difficult to tell what's actually going on with anything. Because there's just a ton, I think, right now of tabletop drama channels who latch on to any, like, little piece of information of anything, and then it fills my feed, and I hate it. With, oh, things got worse. Like, that's a key phrase that I'm guessing is, like, huge in the algorithm right now. It got so much worse. 'Cause so many people use it. And then most of what I see from their videos is just, like, they take an off comment and claim that it's, like, everything, right? Like, oh, they said this, so obviously all of these things are happening. And it's like, that doesn't mean any of that. What are you talking about? Oh, God. But yeah, like I keep getting hit with frickin' just massive thumbnail bait. Of just like, it got so much worse. Did it? Did it? Or are you claiming it did? Because you know that's how people are going to watch your stuff. So it's a struggle to find like any real information anymore. But I mean, that's kind of like what it used to be, right? You didn't have people who were like, I talked to someone working behind the scenes at this show. Like, you didn't really get that outside of like news reports. And stuff like that was always vetted. They made sure the person they were talking to like worked on the scene or something. You know, there was due diligence. Now it's just like a website somewhere reported this as being true without any backing or further information. So I'm going to run a whole 20-minute video on it. It's like, okay. I just want to put my texture paste perfectly under this model so it can dry over the course of the weekend, and we can finish this up on Monday. That's all I want to do. And we'll hear about stuff when we hear about stuff. Could probably take this to the store tomorrow to finish painting them. I mean, we always say that. Like, I assume that the clickbait stuff is gonna get like a massive drop in viewership. Honestly, it'll probably get it's mostly getting a massive drop in viewership probably because like the COVID bump for a lot of content creators is going away. And I feel like to a degree, most people were watching that stuff because they had nothing else to do. They're just like, oh, this will be fun. But now that a lot of that's dried up, there's now like more value in just trying to make good content. God damn, this thing is fun. then, of course, for me, my only major form of entertainment, GTA roleplay. It still does it for me, man. I've got a pretty good spread of people to watch, too. For when I'm feeling wanting to watch, like, different things. Been watching Walnut. Frickin' who was it last night? Oh, Sput. Sput was going in last night on his cop character. The speed and the wit that he was using last night of just like immediate comebacks for every little thing being said as like a miscommunication issue was so perfect. Oh, James Randall. What's that? Spaceboy, I think? Spaceboy does James Randall. Spaceboy's good. He does James Randall, and he also does a cop character that's like he acts like he knows what he's doing, but he doesn't. I don't know. It's a great character. Pat Downing did the whole arc where he was trying to be mall security so that he could become a cop, but everything he did was like stupid. It was fantastic. Frickin' the Chief, Fingal Dan. Fantastic. Although he's diving too hard into the bit that he's been running these past couple times he's played, where he basically is like, this is just a video game, guys. Like he's just treating it, he's treating his character like he just knows what's going on, and that it's just all a video game anyway. And like funny bit at times. But sometimes it also gets pretty old. It's almost 3. I'm not gonna have time to do the flats for the arcane. I want to get this basing stuff done, and then I gotta look up a recipe for a white chicken chili so I can go get the material I need. I could have swore I took a picture of one that I liked. And I still have the corn from it. So yeah, we'll get the basing done. But after that, I gotta get moving. Because I gotta get my entire Soul Forged army list together. Dude, white chicken chili is so good. I usually get some nachos with it. Some sprinkle cheese. The grocery store near me actually makes nachos. Like nacho chips, tortilla chips. The way they make them is so stupidly good. Because it's the kind of tortilla chip that doesn't get soggy. Like, it just retains the flavor and stays rigid. Like, it's perfect. Because you put the chili on top of it and you're just picking up friggin' cups worth of chili in nacho chips and you're just eating them. Just so good. So perfect. White chicken chili, I usually make it in a crock pot. So it's just like put chicken and components in crock pot. Come back in 2 hours. Yep. It's like so ideal for just casually making food and just having a ton of food for a few days. Dude, nachos, they're like the ideal food situation. Good delivery system, and usually most of the things you want on a nacho is just like really good. It's like specialty meats. Or just like a whole ass good thing of chili. Phone call. keep looking at that Primal Maw. Dude, it just looks so good. It looks so good sitting there. I have not. I think I kind of know what you're talking about, but I haven't personally seen them. We don't have too many good Mexican places near here. We have some. They're not like incredible. Like some of the best Mexican we have near here is actually out of food trucks, I think. Although I do need to try that one place that I found. Because that is straight up a Mexican family in there. And they all seem to like know what they're doing. So next time I gotta not buy a Reuben sandwich from them. And instead buy like some serious plate of something. Get some carne asada or something. Don't think I need to crackle paste this. I think we're good on the crackle pasting. I'm gonna have to paint it white. We'll have to spot paint it. Alright, last one. Okay. Let me clear as much of this off the knife as possible. Reseal. Sweet. So we've got stuff to do Monday. These are basically done. I just got to get the bases worked on. There's only a little bit to do here. But we're almost done these, and then we have a kill team we can work on, the breachers. And after that, it's pretty much it. We'll be in the mode of trying to figure out what else to do with the streams if we want to keep streaming, or I'll just be redoubling down on video making, because now I'll have a ton of stuff to make videos with, which is very good. Which means I'll retool this whole area into a recording area, which will be nice. Thanks for hanging out. I gotta go get food, because I'm hungry. I'm very hungry. I also gotta pack up like a ton of my stuff. Till next time, guys.